Wah. Wah. Hey, hey, hello? Huh. Hey, hey, hello? Hi. Hi. Wow. Wow, chat did a little reload there. What was that? What was that? What? Hi, Scotty. Come here. Yes. You don't have to grab me. You can just ask. Yeah. Yeah. What can I do for you? Thank you. Thank you for bits. Thank you for biddies. Snack. Alright, y'all see the stream title. We got art. I got pixel art, and I have personal art, and all that fun stuff. I could also work on more little icons for the channel point redeems instead of using the clam for everything. That is an option. But first things first, a clock in your Rari. As long as you're licensed for it. Okay. Use responsibly. Prepare for the Elden DLC by listening to every health song nonstop. I haven't even played the first release of Elden Ring. Just hear shaking your hand. I'm shaking your hand. Okay, wait. I want to open one more file. I think I need this one. Yeah, we're gonna be starting work on some form of run cycle. We got a walk cycle that I cleaned up. Let me double check some of the parameters that the team had talked about. So just write the legs and torsos layer run cycle. Okay. Hi, Sleepy. Hi, good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. I hope things are going well. Fortunately, that shit's expensive. Yeah, there's a lot of games that I look at the, price barrier to entry, and I'm just like, is it really worth it? If it does not spark joy, is it worth it? Helldiver? Oh, Yes. We are assisting on a Rivals of Aether Helldiver mod. So if you've not played Rivals of Aether before, it is a Super Smash style fighting game with a pixel art style. There are a lot of mods for it. The modding scene is very hearty. Elden Ring DLC is like 60 after tax. Ooh. That used to be the cost of a whole new game, but now games are like double that for the base game if you're buying something robust on PC. Hey, remember when mainline Pokemon Nintendo games were only like $30? Remember that? I miss that. It's cool. Thank you. Looking at 100 for AAA titles. This is why I love indie. This is why I love indie products so much. Okay. I'm gonna rebrowse some of the footsteps here. Wow, this part could have been cleaned up better. I think the knees need to be way more bent here. But in motion, they look fine. Gotta get it out of your system. I understand, Scabby. I'm patting you directly in the square of your back. Okay, we have some concept poses to work off of, too. Oh, yeah, okay. So we should probably prioritize these, then. Say we all forgot about Super Meat Boy. Unfortunately, sometimes the life of an indie game is directly related to how much they can, like, release new content of the game. Like, for example, Lethal Company will have a resurgence every time they drop a new version. But that means it goes through, like, content famines. Whereas, like, full studio games tend to be robust enough to, like, have a more thorough life cycle. Do I need the dash start? To be fair, it's old as heck. Yes. Was Super Meat Boy started by Newgrounds members? Something in my brain is telling me that's the origins. Do you have two communities crying and pinching themselves? Good for them, though. I support them. Let's forget about the dash start for now. And then I think I'm also gonna grab the template version. We'll do flatten visible. Copy, and then... what's this? Oh, there's already a template version in here. I found you. Free template. You don't know what you should do today? Yeah. Like, if there's games that spark joy that you haven't played in a while, definitely. There's also no shame in opening something, playing for 15 minutes, realizing it's not the vibe, and switching to something else. In fact, there's no shame in doing that, like, 10 times. Don't hear a lot of people talking about playing Castle Crashers. I have never played Castle Crashers. We could do that at some point. That could happen. Very silly, yes. I know all about the prunes level. Don't you worry. And the clown princess. Behemoth is very Connor coded. Maybe buckle your pants or they might fall down is a delightful song. Okay, let's see, can I duplicate these and do a little swippy swappy? So this is 1, 2, 1, 2. Really tickled you, huh, Sleepy? Goodness. Okay, I think I should be able to put the Helldiver off to the side here. Just to have little bro hanging out over there. Oh. Oh, fast. Oh, fast. Okay, wait. Actually, let's flatten and duplicate, because I want a second one hanging out here, and I want one as the exacting template. Going to give art advice to someone who's better at art than you. I volunteer as tribute. I want to hear this. Hit me with your best shot. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Don't hold back. Do it. Where's the redo? Okay. And then this is what's happening right now. Is that those are all overlaying. Okay. We're probably going to be re-sketching most of these. And the project director said just need to sprite the legs and torso layers run cycle. Ooh. Bambino requests making rev art. Oh, okay. I believe in you. Well, not everyone has the developed motor skills and knowledge of how to improve something that they're visually making. Almost everyone has the ability to look at something and know or feel that something's off. You're an engineer, it's less row and more bot. But if you're a chef, it's less bot, more row. There was no setup for that, but I still loved it. I don't understand you, and I don't want to. Okay, should I lower the opacity? No, not on this one. Not on this one. We can lock that one. It's gonna get a little muddled if I do that. So let's leave that at full. You got that water skitter spontaneity? Are you talking about those bugs that, like, skate on the top of water? We call those pond skimmers here. New wayer. I'm like Curious George on ice skates. That's such a good visual. Bro has a Surskit in their Pokemon team. Bro has a Surskit. Well, maybe I did want to keep a version that has the all of the layers intact. Or I'll just go back in here and grab them. So if I grab just the botte, just for reference. Surskitties? You stopped yourself, but why? Skitty is a fantastic Pokemon, and there's no other joke approaching. Actually, I should grab... Hey, guess what? Did you know that otters are opportunistic carnivores? That means that if they have the opportunity to eat something outside of their diet, they will, just for the novelty. If they see a downed baby bird, if they see a foolish streamer making bad jokes, if they see a viewer who's misbehaving, I could pounce. I could get at you at any moment. You can't predict this. There's no water. You're a cat? Ah. Gosh, too angry to go down without giving a birth. I can handle a little bit of spicy food. A redeem that adds, like rib deep water to the stream would be really funny. Unfortunately, I don't know of any way that I could make, like, the dropped food float on it. Unless I were to, like, completely reposition where the entire VTuber capture is. Like, if everything went, like, uppies. Where's the hydrate redeem? I do not have a redeem because I do not want to gamify my health, but since you have asked... Get sipped on, nerd. Get absolutely sippaged. For someone somewhere, that's complete audio gore. And I only apologize a little. Okay, maybe... Copy pasta. Do we want to start with this one? never apologize. I'll take that as legal advice next time I end up in court. Because I trust you so much. The result of their weak wills. Oh my gosh. Well, I, for one, would like to protect the weak. At least in some ways that are reasonable to accommodate. Okay, let's do this. And this. And that's how I rotate things that are pixel art while using only 2% of my brain power. I just cheat with the warp tool. Assume that this is fine, or maybe I'll do that. And then we'll probably want to add like a little bit of a curve into here. Imagine if I could use all 100%. The device in the back of my head prevents me from doing that for everyone's safety. Try to consume a small Fumo scabby. It's attached to a fishing hook, being pulled by a demon jester vampire clown who then sends me careening into circuit hell Japanese bullet train style. You can suggest that, but unless Circuit Scar wants to come in here and self-advocate that bro would do that, that Fumo's mine. That Fumo is mine. It's Jover. What the next doodle routine will be. Ah! Chuckles, I'm in danger! I think the shoulder pauldrons will be better off connected to the arms. Then do I want to change the curve on this? Maybe. I could do this little bit of curve like this. But that makes it feel like it's pinching in, so we're not going to do that. Probably put it through rotation too, which is absolutely going to jumble the pixels, but this is literally just like the tester. Okay, let's hide that. I'm going to start naming some of these layers. This is sketch. This layer is absolutely nothing. Get deleted. Ref 1, Ref 2. I really don't care about that layer, but I'll leave it. We'll call it Ref 3. Okay, and then let's re-clean this up. Sometimes half of pixel art is making a huge mess of mixels, also known as mixed pixels, and then just rearranging them like they're a bunch of seed beads. One of my favorite things is the fact that a lot of people in my generation who got into pixel art ended up down that path because, as a kid, they had perler beads. Specifically, perler beads are those little cylinder beads of different, like, strongly opaque colors, and then once you had them assembled in like a little matrix of a specific design, you would iron them so that they melt together. Just like, that was just baby's first pixel art for so many people, and I love that. Is that good? Let me look at the template without the arms. Apologies, bro. You've lost arm privileges. It looks like an envelope. Like the way we've simplified the front of the chest plate for this mod. I could like open this up and like pull like a water bill out of there. What, disembodied? Disembodied? One could say they've been disembodied? Disarmed. Disarmed. Okay. Okay. I see. I appreciate you, Noah. I appreciate you. If there's no Noah haters in chat, I'm not streaming. /J. /J. I really want to add like one here. Oh, Iriko, hi. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good one. I hope things are going well. What's new? What's poppin'? I'm not cleaning anything. You can't make me. Your finger did something. Oops. Oops. Maybe it's that pixel. I'm fussing so much for something that's barely going to be visible because of all the other parts that are going to be covering it. No. Where did Ref 2 go? Did I accidentally delete Ref 2? I think I did. That's fine. That is fine. I do not need Ref 2. Let's reduce the opacity on sketch. And drop this into place. You eating popcorn back there? You sitting in the back of the theater eating popcorn? If I find even one kernel on the floor, I'm gonna find you. And you're gonna eat that floor kernel. You got that? You got that? I ain't cleaning nothing. We ain't wasting nothing in this house. Oh my. Bro is doubling down. Sanji? What anime? What anime are we referencing? I don't like that one. Maybe if I scoot all of these over by one this way. One Piece. You guys have pirate brain rot. Oh, Sanji's the blonde one, ain't he? I think I specifically know that solely because of the Jaden animation videos. The Jaden animation video where she and a buddy went to Japan and their friend happened to be blonde. And while in like a convenience store, a child pointed at him and was like, Sanji-san. Very adamant that no food gets wasted. Oh, he was almost starved to death. He has the same trauma that every boomer who lived through an economic depression has. Which, is, it has its own validation to it. I greatly think that food waste is a terrible thing as well. Just not necessarily at the cost of one's health. if you worry enough to make someone eat floor popcorn, there's something wrong with you. Also, that ship has Luffy on it. They could just feed anything to him. That's like a free garbage disposal right there from what I know about him. Oh, yeah! Monkey D. Luffy just consumes anything and everything, so if we don't get... Yeah, I called it! I know, bro. I know bro's character tropes. I know the basics, at least. I don't go here, but I know. Same thought? Yeah. Same brain cell. I have ownership, though. You're just borrowing it. Rent a cell. Foot. Foot? Foot, question mark. Yeah, that's foot. It's pretty foot-coated, very foot-pilled. Yeah, the receipts of my intelligence Nat 1 in general. So for context for the rest of chat, literally like a couple minutes before stream, I went into the group Discord for D&D, and I peeked the chat where people post that their stream is starting, and I was like, wow, I see everyone's stream starting notifications when they've started stream, but not mine. I wonder how they vet who gets the automated startup messages. They are not automated startup messages. That is just manual posting, and I have the brain of a dog in a hot car. If my brain was a crab, it would be a soft-shell crab, and you'd be able to eat all of it. Fruited chench? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go get shamed. Oh gosh, can I drag this into? Oh yeah, I can. I can display it like this. Bum bum bada bum bum. I mean, it's a little crunchy when I do it like this, but that's fine. That's me. That's me, baby! Just found a baller bit of art you can use for Susu? Heck yeah! Heck yeah! I just be looking like this sometimes. Oh, that's the walk spray. Here's the one string. Oh, you didn't notice Rev was here? Yeah! Yeah, we have Rev. Whenever I see Rev's username, my brain plays the Bop It audio, where it goes... Wait, no, it's not Bop It. It's, what's the song? Slide to the left, slide to the... Cha-cha slide, where it goes, reverse, reverse. That's the only thing that goes through my head. Why am I such a specimen? I feel like we might need to change what's going on with the foot and the angle of things here. I really like this silhouette, but it makes the foot feel really skinny. If we make this into a sharper angle. creepy. Dubious little creature we have on display here. You can put your fingers in my enclosure. Like, I can be trusted with your fingers. You can put your fingers in my enclosure. Nothing bad will happen to them. The sound of baby carrots being crunched. Oh, perfect. Okay, I feel like the waist is too skinny at the front right now, but that's another thing that's gonna get, like, completely covered up by the other features. I will do that just for posterity's sake. This is just a silhouette right now, so I can copy paste. So this is the extreme poses, and then we have the passing poses. I should be okay to just steal this, paste it in here. Do I hear an ice cream truck out there? Oh yeah, I hear an ice cream truck. Bro. Chat. This is between you and me. Ice cream trucks kinda eke me out. They're so creepy. Some of the ones here are, like, have audio where it's just, like, the sound of, like, a polite woman just going, hello, and I'm just like, don't talk to me. The vehicle should not be allowed to talk to me. It's so creepy. I've also never stopped an ice cream truck to buy ice cream from an ice cream truck. Like, I've been to parked ice cream trucks where they're not, like, haunting the streets for children. Like vultures looking for the coin in children's pockets. Like ones at events. The ones that are patient and aren't creepy. I've never even had a bad experience with an ice cream truck. I don't like the vibes, bro. I feel like the calf here is too long. Smoosh you in by one. We gotta get the glutes in there. Little more out. Little more cake. Little more cake on the Helldiver. Hot take. Helldiver cake. Make it kind of round. It's not a mistake. The roaming ones are the best because they're like wandering bosses that arrive when you at least expect them to. Emphasis on when you least expect them to. I don't just carry ice cream money on me. So calling them bosses is even scarier. Are you doing combat with them? I don't like the implications here. That's so scary. Right, where is the ground layer? Okay, this is 1 pixel below the ground. And the heel should probably lift up. Goodness, that was some bird peeps. Bro's talking about ice cream trucks like they're the roaming legendaries from Pokemon. Suicune just shows up with like a drumstick. I wish. I would like that more than normal ice cream trucks. I don't know if I like the heal being turned up. No, that wouldn't be happening yet. Scoot it back by a pixel too. That? This? Do we want to see a bit of the bent... Suicune shows up with a banana split boat with M&Ms in them. I'd be okay with that. As long as it's for me and not for Suicune. I'm gonna fight them and take their ice cream. And if that dog cries, you're going in the quick ball. Smaller foot? Little foot, big foot, get out the way? Yes? The slight up down here will be good. I'm gonna copy, paste this one, and we're gonna get rid of parts of the silhouette here. Because it is gonna have to do a flippy. Like, which layer is technically in quote-unquote front is what's gonna change to show that we're working with a different side of the body. So like which foot is passing in front of which is changing. I'm gonna pop that in by a pixel? I think so. Oh, that's flashing. Please do not flash. Here, I can just grab this and drop that in here. That'll be less pew pew pew. There we go. Scrambling. This needs like the Scooby-Doo running sound effect, or like the Flintstones running sound effects, which are the same because it's both Hanna-Barbera. Just a roink. Scramble like a bug, little man. The other thing is that I might want to show a slight side-to-side happening in the torso. So if I get up in here, scoot that forward here, and then scoot this way? Hold on, wait. Those two bright yellow pixels, let's leave them in this direction. Fill these. Show a little bit more of the uppy here. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. I think that's good to have. Let's see how many positions this is. This is 8. 8 for the walk. Do we want to have 8 for the run? Or can we get away with like 6 for the run? I guess I'll make 8, and if we end up removing like 2 for a certain passing position, that's fine. Okay, so let's go in to each of these frames, make a copy of them. So now this should be moving at half the speed. Yeah, and then we just do like the in-betweens of these. So actually... okay, I was about to say, is this going backwards? It's not necessarily going backwards because these frames are ambiguous about which one is the passing frame, or not the passing frame, which frame, which foot is facing the viewer in each copy. I'm actually not liking the foot that's back here. Are we too far in for that? We're never too far in, but will I be annoyed trying to fix it now? How many disservices can I do myself in one spriting session? If the answer isn't all of them, am I really an artist? It does feel a little more foot-like than this. This is very ambiguous. And then if I grab just this, I can go delete, paste, delete, paste. Oh, did that do the whole frame? No, that's not what I want. How dare you? Okay, okay. If I just make a new copy. Yes. No, wait. Wait, you're not doing it the way I want you to do it. No. Okay, so it's this one. No, it's this one. No, is it this one? Okay, okay, now those are correct. Now I can go here. It's not pasting. Do I have to, trying to remember. I did this before. It's weird because a sprite tends to prioritize copying the whole cell over copying a part that you have selected. I'm trying to remember. See, edit. Copy merged, I don't think is going to be it. That's going to grab every pixel that's visible. Unless it's paste special. No. It's because I'm on the ref layer. It's because I'm on the ref layer, ain't it? Yes, but it just did the bad thing. Can we not do the bad thing? So what if I do X for cut? Somehow that works. Somehow that works. I don't understand it, but okay. That's fine. I'm just gonna accept it. Okay, we're gonna work as if the even frames are the ones that need to be tweened. So we put on onion skin, and we can see a ghost image of the next frame. Let's see, I feel like I should grab this one instead, actually, to work off of. Something that I want is to have the rotation and the dip down that the chest does to not happen at the same time. So it's rotate down. Goodness. The sound of birds with personal space issues. I've been closely monitoring them since putting them back together. It's not as rude as they were being to each other, but I'm still like, come on. You rude ladies. Just be nice to each other. You're roommates. And they were roommates. Okay, here we have an extreme sort of pinch point of the toe before the heel goes up, I'm thinking. How does this feel? I think we gotta make this a little more extreme here. Something's not feeling quite right here, I don't think. Actually, that might be nice. Is that an improvement? I think it is. Maybe this should be skinnied up here. I forget that the onion frame shows. Okay, that one little bit that we've added is a nice movement, I think. So then the other foot is swinging forwards. Let's see. We do like a high folded leg. Let's just goober that in real quick. Okay, so we're looking at the part where it feels like it gets slightly faster, that little bit of extra smoothness. I I do think it feels all right. Like, obviously, we got a little bit of cleanup to do. Maybe this area needs to go down another pixel. Or it needs a bit more beef here. Maybe. What if we flatten this? I don't hate it. I don't hate it. So if we grab this, it should go into frame 6. Yeah, everything but the chest should be fine here. So if I grab this version of the chest, delete that, paste that in, move it up a frame. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now one more tween going on in here. So right here we have the rotation happening before the down. I think I want to let the up happen before we see the rotation happening. So we're going to take all of this, shift it up by a pixel, and we can yoink that. Okay, outside leg is back before it starts bending to go forwards. And then right here, we're going to want the overlapping to be different. Actually, yeah, this shows me that this does do better. Laid over itself differently, too. Kind of. Gosh, that makes the calf feel so short. Maybe it's this then? Just 2 pixels like that? I love pixel art, but sometimes it makes me so mad because just 1 pixel changes the entire feel of a piece. And I'm just like, oh, so finicky. Technically, that would be correct, but I think I need that 1 pixel there. Or I put it back here? No. No, it should stay right there. And then can we leave that pixel out? Let's leave that where it is for now. Okay. Just this back leg becoming the leg. So the knee is probably going to end up here-ish. And the foot's probably going to end up laying way back. Let's do this part really rough so I can just see if it doesn't feel good if I do it based on these frames. And the behind leg hitting the ground and entering the passing position. This is very messy. Oh Lord. Oh no. Maybe I should focus on the knee first. Which in this case might be here. This is very goofy, I'm gonna check how this feels if I completely get rid of frames 4 and 8. And that will take us down to a 6-frame walk cycle. Well, run cycle, like I was thinking. Okay, let's change that. Put an implication here of where the legs are in front and behind again. This feels strange right here. Okay, so it's down, up, stay, and then down. Maybe this should go up twice. So that would be, let's up and over. Is that too jostly? That might be fine. So it's actually doing a diagonal and then a down. Interesting. Maybe we want the turn to be in a different place. Because if the turn happens here, that may feel a little less poppy Or we want the turn to be subtler. No. The turn can't be subtler. So if I grab this, copy, paste, and let's just slap it on top of itself. And then the turn happens. We would do the same thing here to the flipped version. Copy, paste. That feels just as jostly to me. I think having more of the turn visible is the better option. Let's try one more thing. I want to take this and stretch it. Same with this. So it's like we're getting a little smear frame in there. And this is silly because all of this is going to get covered up by the gun. Nah. Gave it a shot, though. Let's also real quickly put a little cheek in there. Okay, I'm actually gonna do an export of this so that we can show our director. And because Sprite likes to show off your entire, like, file system, you don't get to watch. You don't get to watch. It's literally safer if I do this. Okay, do a save, and then export as. Okay, that should be good. Here, you can watch these disembodied legs run while I message them. Okay, that is sent. I could switch what I'm drawing while we fish for a reply. Double check that this is saved. Switch on over. What? Hey, where's Clip Studio? Show me Clip Studio. Hello? Ah. There it is. So, here's another goofy iconic page with some original characters interacting. It's all the context you need to know. Okay, I think this is the layer that I set up to start doing liner on. This is the borders layer, so I'll lock that. This is a really early version of the sketch, I think. Yeah, this is just a layer of the sketch. I don't need that. So the red layer is part of my original sketch, and the blue layer is a bunch of test liner for the background. And I started doing it this way, wherein instead of manually drawing all the lines, what I do is I paint with the color white, and down here I have a layer property on where it gives it a halo, and the halo is set to black. So, like, I can just make a line, and the outside of the line will have, like, pre-generated line art. It's so lazy and effective for just, like, getting the energy into the scene. Like, I think what I'm gonna do, because I've done it before with these backgrounds, but you can tell that I then went in and erased parts of it, especially on the edges, to make some of the areas rounder, and, like, drew extra line art in. I might completely redraw this background line art and just have it having been present there as, like, a compositional test. But yeah, so red for characters and bubbles, blue for background. I'll put these both on 50. Now here's the question. Do I want to use manually written text? Did I do that for the first one? Let's see. I open that up. Oh yeah, that was all manually handwritten. Okay. No? Okay, we're gonna go with nice handwritten dialogue then. I think we will start with that too. I feel like a lot of artists... Oh, hi, Juan. Still working on the dash? You think it's ready? It can still be worked on. But if you want to pick at it right now, I can send you the file. We can bounce back and forth as well. I was hunting for your opinion and switched topics so that we can... so that stream can keep rolling in case you didn't reply for a bit. However, I will drop you the file for run right now, and we can do whichever you want. Like, if you want to, like, fandangle with it for now, or if you want to, like, look into the guts of it and tell me what to work on. I am okay with either. Okay, make sure I spelled the word unreasonably right. Let's scoot this up for a second, just so that I can see the undersketch of the word unreasonably. I also want to write it in italics, which I love manually writing in italics. And, you know, I have the Discord little pop-up window turned off where, like, it doesn't give you a little blurb in the corner, and it doesn't make a noise when you receive messages. But I should really put it back on for direct messages and group messages. I just don't know when people are in my inbox when I'm doing other things, which sometimes that's nice. I wish there was a really easy toggle on and off for that, actually. But I do not know where it is. I changed it once years ago, and I have never changed it back. Ooh, doing the italic S is evil. Alright, our text is kind of shrinking here, I feel. Unreasonably. Okay, there we go. There we go. Goodness! Excuse me, little missus. Are you having an argument over there? That's not quite them singing. That's more like them, like, having disputes. So I have to kind of monitor how they're behaving with each other. I separated them for a while to see if they'd get better. It kind of just drove them crazier. I tried rearranging the cages, perches and stuff. Didn't seem to do much. I have noisy animals. Animals are noisy. And also I kind of reward them for being noisy because I like hearing them. Like, especially in Graham's case. He's loud because he knows that it gets my attention. I grew up pretty darn rural. On like a 5-acre field. With horses in the back. And our neighbors also had a donkey. The donkey's name was Radar because big ears are like radar dishes. But in the morning, we had the very lovely serenade of a hungry, screaming donkey. And they make delightfully grating noises. Like, I don't want to call them awful. They're just so unique and unignorable. They just haters? What, for calling him Radar? I think the name's cute. But also, I get it. It's better than Dumbo. Better than calling bro Dumbo. God, having the Hollow Knight music running right now, it's so good. Okay, I think I want to shrink the word right a little bit here. Then scoot now in. And all of this, I can bring this way. Be a little more retail over here. Scoot, scoot. Okay, I'm gonna work on a new layer just in case I disturb the nice text that we've already done. should I put the part of someone's where it says some in italics? Well, it got someone's attention. Got someone's attention. Yeah. Add some more character into the dialogue. Then we will do ones in normal justification. I want to change the part where it says I win to be a little different. Because there's nothing to win here. So I'm going to change it to so it works. So it worked. Or do it like, it got someone's attention, didn't it? Yeah. Going webcomic? This is for the Art RP servers challenge section. I find that leaning into the multi-panel comic has two benefits for me. It makes me draw the same environment in multiple backgrounds, which forces me to focus on consistency, which is something that I do think I lack at times, as well as having it be multi-panel still lets me play to the cartoony aspects of the character, which I do love dearly. And having singular illustrations is not quite as beneficial for that. So this isn't like any form of like official publication or intended story. It is for the self-improvement Discord. And for fun. Oh, there's extra space here. I can do a little smiley face. I like the idea that the fur page can technically speak with little emoticons, but they have to be character-based emoticons instead of emojis. Okay, I want to scoot this a little more left-bound. Can do transfer to lower layer. Make her loud and obnoxious. Okay, they're not even touching touching each other right now. Just like, why are you squabbling? You have multiple inches between you. I do not understand. That one needs to be smaller. I don't believe I could ever run an actual webcomic because comic pages burn out my artistic stamina incredibly fast if I'm doing the entire start to finish of the process. Like if someone hired me on to just do the coloring or the lettering in a webcomic, I'd probably be good. But having the mental wherewithal to do all of the composition and writing and paneling and line art. Like, by the time I finish one page, I do not want to do another page for a month. And there are other formats of comic you could lean into that aren't as per page intensive, but as a reader, I prefer the rich pages. Quickly started to dislike comics because of how demanding it is. Yeah, it takes a lot. So people who do them regularly, I'm like, good on you, I could not. In fact, you scare me a little bit, in a good way. I think I want to switch where the used to be on the other side. I just gotta be careful that it's not gonna cover the face of this character. Boop. Just an A and a dash. That does give us more room for the dash, too. Mm-hmm. And then if I want to drop some lettering for the loom in there, transfer to lower layer. Let's do 0.6. Yeah, 0.6. Okay. And I think that works right there. At this point, the M is going to be basically like vertically aligned or like pure diagonally aligned, but I kind of like that. As long as people are still able to read it. I love doing quirky lettering. I love making things unusual. Okay. I'm going to change the spacing of that a little bit, I think. I don't know, actually. Maybe just the rotation, then. Because we don't have the here, I can actually raise this a lot higher, I'm realizing. I could also let it clip outside of the paneling. That may be fun. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Okay, gonna name this layer... Ooh, no, I clicked out of it. Excuse me. Named it Dialogue. At that point, I might as well just call it Dialogue. There's no reason to shorten it when it's that short. Comic? Yeah. Just one as a treat, as self-exploratory, as self-training. Nothing too schmancy. Let's see. Trying to decide if I want to start big or small. My brain tells me to go big, but I know that's gonna make me, like, become more interested in taking a bigger break from this. Burnout style. I could also make myself do the bubbles first. Yeah, the way I did those bubbles was definitely just with the border tool as well. Let's see, rounded rectangle, white. Do that at 6, I think. Drop these in. Alright, that's just barely grazing the muzzle of this character, but I guess we could raise the head up a bit. That should be fine. And this is going to be kind of crazy. So I think I'm going to start with the curve tool. Okay, maybe... Maybe Clip can already do this, but I really wish there was an option to change how many points you manipulate inside of the curve before it locks the curve into place. Okay, maybe easiest to do it like this, though. And then I can cut little niblets out of the side so that it can feel frayed and strained like I want it to. And we can even shift it around. Switch back and forth and shift so it's broken up into smaller tasks. Cognitively, I know this. Behaviorally, getting me to pin myself down like that is a bit of a task. You are correct. You are functionally and factually correct. I just refuse to behave in correct ways sometimes. It's not even refuse, I'm just not inclined to, and it's evil. I think we need one of these to be taller still. We don't really have the page room for that. Unless we let it leave the borders again. Which isn't a wild idea, we just need to let it be more exaggerated. Stay silly. Heck yeah. Okay, let's take dialogue and the bubbles up. And if I pull these frayed ends out... Excuse me, little missus. Goodness. I think I will try rearranging their purchase after stream. See if that helps them respect each other's personal space a little more. Okay, and then we're going to want to stretch this out. Oh, okay. First, isolate this. And then we can pull the ends. Just a little bit. And maybe even we want to stretch this a bit. I have no idea what you said. Neither do I. Neither do I. Bubbles are here. Let's name this layer as bubbles. And this can be sound effects, I suppose. Which is a funny thing to call it when it is strictly a visual medium, but automatopoeias, they be doing stuff like that. Okay, and if I curve the tail a little bit, then what we get is like an S curve between the hello to the ah to the loom. It goes whoop. And I think that is nice composition for the first part. It does make me wish that I could do the dialogue over here like this. So it would go ping pong pang. But that is going to very much mess with the composition. So instead, we will keep it as this. And here we're creating another S curve. Should be nice. And over here, I'm gonna let this be a little crazy a little scrappy to show that it is loud and abrasive. Girl, you have no inside voice. Actually, we could do that in this area too. That should help the effect. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A little scribbly scratchy. Even do one or two completely outside as well. Maybe a little too extreme at that point. really want to round these edges here. It's such a little detail. But oh boy, do I wanna. A little bit here too. Smooth that out. Let's squimsh this. Yeah. Lettering and boxing and bubbling and all sorts of stuff. For this sound effect, I'm gonna be kind of lazy. I'm gonna, for the editing layer only, close gap does not need to be on. I'm gonna reach into these, expand by 2. Gonna get the behind pen. I'm gonna fill it in with white just for now. Just so that we can see how it leaves the boundaries of the layer. Boundaries of the box. I can put this even higher. Yes! I like it. Squish. Do I want to reduce this? How wide is it here? Not incredibly wide. 5 is probably good. Okay, let's put all of this in a folder. I'm gonna name this boxes. And we'll name the whole folder containers. Oh, here's a question. What to work on next? I think I like this pose most. So we can oogle around in this area. All right, here's 0.6 again. I think I want to reduce the opacity on these even more. So kudos to past Connor who did this sketch, because the angle on these hands is really complicated, but this got done in a really elegant way. Let's see if we can ruin it now. I think having the thumb, or not the thumb, the pointer finger being this high is good. You have a little bit of the thumb implied over here. Yeah. That little pointer here. Little sharper. Boop, got your nose. Okay. Does that feel weighted right? I'd say so. No immediate disagreements. Just sort of observing them. At this point, I think PJ just only talks in complaints. I think that's just all of her dialogue, is just bird complaints. Flipping that makes me want to change the heights a little bit. Do not fear the flipping of the canvas. It will feel weird at first, but after you've done it, you will become immune. You will become immune and you will become so powerful. Experimenting a little with the mouth shape here now. Giving it just a little more character and depth. How is that? It feels crowded. It feels crowded. Let's do this instead. It's a little bit of cheating. I think with the letter A, the tongue would actually be raised. So if we do just a little, maybe no visible peak of that, just complicates things. I want to thin this down over here. Just because that thick to thin is somewhat important for the character of the eyes. And what if I think if I change the way her eyes are looking, she'll look less aware. Or I could have them focus on the hand. Verpage interrogating Shimmer because they clash in almost every way. Oh, I'm glad you like that. I don't remember a huge amount of the specifics. Yeah, let's characterize them as focusing on the hand, I think. Put a little heavier of a line on top. Better be making funny ha-has? No. No funny. This is a completely serious art stream. I have not laughed once since hitting the go live button, and you can't make me. I feel like the eye close to the viewer needs to be moved. No clips for me. I'll cry about it. I'll cry and I'll stomp my feet, and that's about it, because that's all I can do, man. That's about the beginning and ends of my power. I just scoot it. I think I can just scoot it. Oh! A shrump. Hello. Take it to HR. Is it really human resources if none of these VTubers are humans? Also, since I didn't ask yet, how is your day, Dami? How are you doing? What is new? What is popping? I don't like this mouth shape. Tuber resources. I don't like the mouth shape. Okay, let's do transfer to lower layer. Can I do transfer to lower layer just with this? No, it does the whole layer no matter what. So if I do copy... Oh, no, that's okay. Okay, it's already on the lower layer. It's probably influencing things a little. Well, so you're going good? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That's what I want to see. Yeah, I do like the sketched mouth better. Okay, I'm not even gonna contest it. Let's do transfer lower layer. I could do it like that. Ever wonder that female human anatomy is just really tacked on? You could say the same thing about masculine anatomy too. This is gonna get age restrictable real fast. But like, male animals tend to have sheaths and stuff. Like, they can put that stuff away. So I think all of humans biologically are physically hypersexualized just based on how we ended up being evolutionarily. It makes it embarrassing and upsetting to be a human, in my opinion. Masculine anatomy has more of a reason for being external than feminine anatomy. Oh, okay. I'm very curious about what you know. But yeah, usually mammals do not have pronounced mammary glands. At least the hotter the goods are left. Huh. Okay, now are we talking about the family jewels or the pipework? Because if it's specifically the family jewels, there's a lot of mammals that have that out, but not the other stuff. And that makes sense. Whereas... I will not be saying that word on stream. I think Dami has the clips they want to make. Oh gosh. Poor male buffalo can be brought down by a hyena with one bite, according to that clip. I know multiple male at birth people, IRL, who could also be brought down by one by one intentionally placed bite. To be trying to have kids to avoid hot tubs. Oh. Huh. Noted. Anyways, humans are just ridiculous. Humans are stupidly designed. If I could stop being a human, that'd be great. Okay, maybe I want to take this little bit of the lip off, too. I want it to be more complex than a triangle, but the triangle just has the most character. I shouldn't have gauged in this conversation. The Pandora's box is open and I am cramming it shut. I can only be so mature once per week, and it has been used. Also, since I didn't ask yet, night. Are you being good to yourself? I hope you're having a good day. Is that I find the conversation humorous? Yes. Good reasons to get a hot tub. No judgment. Anatomy of fascinating? Mm-mm. Icky gross. Oh my god. Nasty. Uh-oh, nasty. I was meant to be two-dimensional. Okay, I think the bangs need to be curled back a little bit. The only species with a chin. Oh, I could make this worse. I know something about chins that is horrible. Hold on. We're going to Google. I'm about to traumatize all of y'all. Oh, it's already horrible. Okay. This is what your chin muscles look like, guys. You know how people can move their chin around a little, and like if you pull it back a certain amount, it gets little dimples, like little wrinkles on it? That's because there are these little muscle fibers. And they don't attach from bone to bone. There's only one bone attachment, and the rest are just grabbing soft tissue. The sea anemone for a beard under your skin. Humans are so cursed. Put it back, undo, hit Control Z, and also maybe make the back again better. Just do it better the second time. Horrendous. Okay, I think that it is a good time to take our stream break, because I definitely want to eat a snack after looking at the failest of anatomy quirks. Existential of human dread, or existential of the human body, like the last unicorn. If I had seen that movie when I was younger, that would have changed. That would have changed my brain so much, because I watched it as, like, pretty much a fully formed adult, and I was like, oh, this is just how I feel. I can feel this body dying. Yeah. Yeah. It's the vibes. But yeah, I'm gonna go acquire calories. I will be back. Saw the TV glow. I don't think I know what that is. It's like a movie that will F with your sense of self. Proceed with caution. I'm saluting you. I'm supporting you. Yes. Calorie time. I will be back in about 15 minutes. You'll know the drill. I'm gonna leave you with some music. Oh, trans experience very well. Nodding with much more understanding. Okay. Be good. Or don't. I'm not your mom. Or your dad. Oh, I back. It did it again. Why did it do that again? Huh. I was tweaking with some OBS stuff earlier, so something that I fiddled with isn't quite right. It's either... all I did was refresh the browser cache, though. So maybe it'll just be fine after OBS has been, like, shut down and reopened again. I'm gonna have to monitor that. That's weird. Stream can't see, but Wong said they recently found it very odd that the producer of Halo is very vocally against guns when Halo is primarily a military sci-fi franchise. I guess the question you gotta ask is this statement, they're against guns, wholly accurate? Is it guns they're against, or is it unregulated guns and gun violence that they're against? And also, are they using the medium to say something about guns used in war and guns used for violence? That I cannot particularly answer because I am not incredibly versed in the Halo franchise, but I think there's a lot more nuance in stuff like that. Because to make a statement about something that you don't like, you do have to approach the topic of the thing you don't like. It does have to be brought up in some way. I think when we get to drawing the torso, I'm actually gonna have the lean of the body go in this direction. Because she's leaning forward here. And then leaning backwards here because she's getting pulled back. Whereas having her already leaning back does not give us the emphasis that this pull forward happens because of the hand. So that's something I'm going to want to fiddle with. Producer is specifically against portraying realistic guns, and argues Halo guns are fantastical enough to not bother them. Yeah. There is logic there. The fact that the term bother them is being used is interesting, because it implies that it's not necessarily a political stance, but just a personal comfort zone. Ooh, here's Sleepy's opinion. Someone who's against guns in fantasy aspect is fine. Play a lot of shooter games. Yeah. One of those things where, you know, fiction and reality do have a good degree of separation. I think I want to take the boxes out of the containers folder, because I want to hide the text but not the boxes. I think the fur ruff on the collar could stand to be taller. Bars. It's a fun shape. Likey. Maybe something feels weird here, and it might be that this is a very shallow curve. Or not a shallow, it's a steep curve, and I need to make it more shallow. Yeah. Halo lore is wild, though. Guns at Elysia where he's going down that rabbit hole. True. I have been shown some of the beasts and various creatures that exist there. Just drew this line, but I already don't like it. Shoulder anatomy. I think that'll work for my purposes. Let's put containers in that have it on a really low opacity, so I do know where they are. Show a little bit of the front of her jacket here. I think that should be good. Yeah. This work PC that you don't use very often just opened a file in 2003 Word. You know that took 5 years to load up to. That was not a painless process. You had to wait for that. I know in my heart. You had to wait for that. You had to pay for that error. Rest in pieces, bro. Oh wait, this is still on a different layer. Hold on, let's do transfer to lower layer. Now, safe to warp stuff. See, it's just a little bit of the blue back here, maybe? Yeah, just a little bit. Okay, then one more arm. The widths here are weird. Okay, let's cut into here and here. Instantly better. Instantly better, I'd say. Could also maybe get away with this. Still a little ironic because Halo was considered to be at its best when it felt more grounded on the military aspect. Okay. Though, I think that comes down more to whether or not the game found the audience that the author was intending. Which isn't to say that, you know, the people who like it shouldn't like it, but that there is a difference between intent and reception. This file was made in a newer version of Word. Would you like to download compatibility update? No longer available. Computers are funny. Computers are funny. They have no idea what's going on sometimes. Okay. Transfer to lower. Reach was the last Halo game made by Bungie. Ever since 343 Industries handled the franchise, the community has turned into a big echo chamber about how much they hate 343s. Oh. Hi, Professor. Hi, good to see you. I hope you're having a good one. What's new? What's poppin'? But yeah, it is a shame to see former fans of a franchise just devolve into nothing but failure to appreciate change. Also, because there's new versions of a game doesn't mean you can't appreciate the old versions. It feels like entitlement to me when the nature of a franchise has shifted and the old audience is mad that they're not the intended audience anymore. It has similar vibes to, like, people Specifically, Teen Titans Go making arguments that adults shouldn't be mad about Teen Titans Go because it's a kid's show. Just like, yeah, adults can watch cartoons, yes. And you can critique bad TV as bad TV, but if you're not the target audience, then your critique can only go so far, in my opinion. Just playing catch up with yourself? We are working on a bit of challenging personal work. Comic. I think you heard Graham? You did. In fact, I'm kind of hoping that if I, like, leave him to wait for a minute, he might make more noise. It was just one little meh. If I let him in, he's gonna be quiet. He's gonna lay down on my desk and just be a good quiet boy. He's kind of done fussing about my stream schedule. Just so good. I love him. Here, how about I see about letting him in? Where's that kitty? Oh? You're not Graham. Oh, he was squeaking at someone else. Simon cameo. Simon is such a quiet boy. He's like pompous and reserved, kind of. He is rotund and princely, and he likes his personal space a lot. Which actually was a problem fairly recently. Because during the turn of this spring and the increase in temperature suddenly, we found out that his undercoat wasn't shedding out properly. So the top of his fur looked okay, but in between his outer layer of fur and his skin, the parts that were trying to shed was just turning into this, like, matted layer. And so the last couple of days I was laboring to get him to let me, like, work the knots out. The only thing that worked eventually was locking him in, like, the bathroom with me and just sitting there and working with him slowly and, like, with my hands instead of the brush, like, separating the mats so that they had less, like, I can only think of the word traction. I guess that's not an incorrect word. It didn't seem to be hurting him when I wasn't brushing him. Like, obviously he was getting, you know, personal spacey about me brushing something that is a tangle. So I had to work it out even slower than I was expecting, but it couldn't have been too long that he had that in there. It was just completely hidden to us by the fact that he is, like, a double-lined coat boy. He's all good, though. After a good amount of work, I can now run the cone, like, right up against, like, the follicles without any catches or density changes. So, we kosher now. Okay, I think it's time to peek this reference sheet. This is a character who belongs to someone else, and part of the point of these challenges is to get out of your comfort zone and draw things you don't normally draw, including backgrounds and comics and characters that aren't the things that you would typically design. And this bro's name is Yakram. Apparently their species would normally have wings and tail feathers, but this guy has a naked tail and naked little chicken wings, so they are covered by this little almost saddle-like outfit with a hood. He's so handsome and fluffy. Like the idea of designing video game characters with anatomy designed for gameplay purpose. Yeah. Every time I try and, like, pitch something that I'm like, oh, this could be a potential video game, 90% of the time, what I'm pitching could just be a cartoon because I'm not invested in the video game mechanics. Design's like aerodynamic for running fast. Yes. Okay, let's start with big ol' paws. Yeah, big ol' paws. I think the best video game concept that I've ever had, one I'm still sitting on, of course, because I am just an artist, is a concept for a Tom and Jerry inspired player versus player game. It would have I don't want to say similar vibes, but some of the gameplay could be comparable to player versus player games like Who's Your Daddy, in which you give the characters opposing goals, and all of the tension comes from the dynamic between these two goals. Rayman's lack of limbs also have very unique mechanics. His hands and feet just fly off. Was helicopter hair? Yeah. Bro, I quite enjoy the direction that the modern Rayman franchise has taken. Design made for a mechanic? Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if it would be worth my time to take my one good video game concept to like a studio or two and see if someone would want to produce it. I think the big thing with that stops me isn't like, a lot of people are worried about losing the rights to their content when they go to studios. For me, I think about the fact that a lot of these places usually want, like, startup funds, and the idea of, like, taking that risk is really spooky to me. Because at that point, you're basically buying a couple $1 million worth of a video game that you can't guarantee is gonna break even ever. Scale of ambition has been toned down to at least make a Namco-esque arcade game. Oh, that sounds really charming. And also, it's okay to start small. That is how you build the groundwork of learning for bigger and cooler projects. Okay, I'm wondering if I need to make the hands a little fluffier. I definitely have to remember that there are beans on the palm. Which actually, I'm really surprised isn't specifically shown on the reference, besides here. I feel like a lot of artists who make references usually labor to show paw pads. Particularly Pac-Man and Dig Dug. Classics. I think if I wanted to add a little bit of fluff, doing it around the wrist is probably going to be the best angle for that. We go into here, perhaps. I don't know about that. Maybe more like this. There is a clear distinction and identity between enemy types in appearance and gameplay, plus risk-reward mechanics in the form of Pac-Man's power pellet and fruit, and Dig Dug's rocks. Yeah. I think the beautiful thing with a lot of old arcade games is the minimalism. Things had to be small and effective, so them having visual designs that told you what they did immediately were like generally like a must-have. Like the more you had that, the easier your game is to pick up on the first play, and the more likely you are to put another coin in my opinion. I'm thinking it feels like there is a bean on the thumb here, but I'm not really getting the implication that there's beans on the ends of the fingers. It's a little tricky. Now let's toss that in. Original FNAF actually did a good job of giving the enemies distinct identity through design and attack pattern. FNAF 2 ruins it when you have like 9 animatronics with overlapping niches. Yeah. The original FNAF 1 had another good example of very nice simplicity. I agree. Let's transfer this a layer down. Show a little bit of this pad side here. And that. Okay, there's a little bit here that I'm going to have to erase because they're overlapping and redundant. But otherwise, I think that's good for the pads. Okay, and then one more digit over here for the phone. Something feels weird here. Let's pull some of this around. There's a reason why the original Foxy is so popular. He breaks the expectations that the enemies never move on screen by breaking out to a sprint when you look down the left hallway. Yeah, that's true. That is an incredibly valid take. The first impression of that is just complete shock, usually. Aww. Professor's giving you a sub, Wong. Thank you, Professor Wong. I hope you enjoy emote access and no ads. No more Mr. Jeffrey Bezos blocking you from conversations. Heck yeah. And Professor, I know you're a pretty responsible dude, but I like to say, I hope you're taking care of yourself and your own first and foremost. Anything after that is well appreciated. Soma is very underrated with how mechanically varied the monsters are. Icarus reacts to sound, Robot Girl reacts to movement, and Flesher's reacts to you looking at it. What's with the cry emoji, bro? I'm allowed to wish you well, right? Okay, I think this hand can more or less be called good enough. Okay, eye time. Happy cry. I guess I reject it because the idea that expressing care for you is cry-worthy. It implies that it's gone above and beyond. I do not believe that. I believe you deserve basic well wishes and niceties. And more. Deep Sea Diver is a very interesting case in that he's very inconsistent. He somehow knows where you are at all times, and he slowly looks down when you look at him. Sometimes he just doesn't slow down. Oh, that reminds me of this one post. It was someone's short story written on Tumblr in which, like, a child or a young adult was experiencing a haunting kind of a like a paralysis demon, sort of like something that appears by your bedside. And every night they would cover their face and it would stop breathing heavily and stop being there. And they were like, okay, well, it's good that I have this easy solution that makes it go away. And then one night they do so. And then something walks over and touches their shoulder. And it's like, I just want you to know, the blankets never did anything. I was just being nice until now. Everyone's cup fills differently. That's why a dragon cannot let go of any of their hoard, because every coin holds great value. That's fair. That is fair. Gosh, I'm so used to the way that I receive and dole out affection being critiqued that hearing that is really, really nice. Thank you, Professor. So getting chased by Deep Sea Diver is just panic-inducing from the inconsistency. That sounds like a genius level mechanic. Me hearty. Okay, here's the base of the head, and now I can scoot it away from the box a bit, like I wanted to. I think right here, with a little overlap of the finger, is still aesthetically pleasing. Maybe a little more tilt to it. Yeah. I think I also want to rotate this eye a little bit more. Okay, there is a subtle shape difference in the nose. Shape difference isn't the word I'm looking for. A little bit of nuance in the nasal slit. Okay, I think the more detail we give Yakarum in their little peering over at her pose, it makes it a little less full of mystique. But hopefully we'll be able to bring that back in when we get to color. I think we'll be able to obscure the character a bit more. And that should bring some of the mystery back in. Because I want these sets of panels to have like a sudden danger and then a sudden de-escalation. Like, that's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Tension and release in just a couple panels. Lisa from Unreal PT is a good example of horror monster mechanics where she has a few distinct rules, like killing you when you look behind you, when the radio tells you to. But she is vague enough to where she won't follow her rules concretely. Oh, that's fun. Anytime that the mechanics of a monster can be too readily predicted in gameplay, that's when you know that there is a fall-off point where the creature stops being scary. Because it's usually that mystery and that unknown that generates most of the fear. So having your creatures be, like, allowing them to become knowable after a couple of encounters is a shame. I think that is... should I put? It is the fall off of any horror concept. Okay, transfer to lower layer. On the final loop of PT, you have to stare down Lisa in the hallway without getting too close. Running or looking away may result in death. Getting too close puts you in a death timer. Oh, that's so funny. The idea that they, like, build up this menace of a creature and then just lock you in a room with it, basically. That is delightfully evil. Okay, Yakurum has this bracer. It looks like the bracer loops, disconnects, and then has like an understrap. It's a little vague, but I think that's what's intended to be going on. Loving the entire on Yakuram. Ooh, so this is someone else's character. According to them and their ref sheet, they have featherless bits under here. Their species seems to be a little bit like a griffin. So it's like a bipedal bird, maybe a little bit owl bearish. And then this individual character in their head world has a naked tail and naked wings. So they cannot fly and are instead dressed up to accommodate and sort of protect those areas. Yeah, it's a lovely dude. Yeah, this art specifically is for a art and character roleplay / character interaction server in which we are meant to throw our characters together in illustrations that challenge us artistically and just sort of have fun in that way. So, self-growth, good vibes, back and forth sharing of art. Like, the good stuff. Very tempted to make another sketch layer here. Let's do that. I'm gonna take a sort of mauvish red and do a little more sketching onto the body and bits. So we know the collar would wrap around here. The shoulder might be up here. So we would see the shoulder plating. And then a little bit of the collar here. Maybe the crook of the elbow here. And the actual elbow itself right here. Looks like there is a slit here, and then it folds back out. Okay, and then there'd be wingy bits behind there. I could actually put that here instead. What else is going on in here? We're not seeing the hood, but that's okay, I think. Well, the narrative of PT is vague. It is a Silent Hill game, so it can be theorized that Lisa is an entity designed by Silent Hill to torment Norman Reedus. Yep. That's the basics. Ooh, and then the reason why I started this was to think about the arm bracer a little more. Would fold this way, and pop back out. And then we were thinking that there's some kind of strap here. Okay, I think that'll cover what I need to think about a bit harder with this next bit. Go back up to 0.6. Show a bit of the fluff coming out of here. This is going to be covered up by the loom sound effect, which is so funny because you usually cannot hear looming. I love how it's acceptable in comics to just write things in to just imply things more heavily. Like, maybe you could do a sound effect here. Maybe there'd be a slight, like, bassy rumble to, like, in animation show that something creepy is happening. But you can't do that in a comic. You know the character's looming, but the viewer may not be thinking of the word loom until you put it on the page. So it's like taking the art of suggestion and just totally throwing out the pretense of just suggesting it. It is no longer a suggestion. You are being told. I just think that that's delightfully funny. Okay, looks like there's a little pin here. Okay, and then this can go here? Question mark, question mark? Finicky. Yes. Yes, yes. Make sure that we're putting those ruffles in the fur in areas where they will actually be visible around the lettering, because there's no point in drawing intricate ruffles where they will not be seen. Like there. No one will see that, Connor. Do not need to fuss about it. Still gonna miss Kojima's marketing tactic, pretending to be an indie developer. Yeah, I do not, closely follow Kojima, but the energy that man has is so distinct and delightful. Well, I suppose I should say had. But yes, a well-beloved producer for sure. They let that man just make things, and boy did he just make things. In the Game Awards, he literally came on stage by coming out of a one-to-one recreation of the PT door. Yes. No, I totally remember that and just saw people losing their minds over it. Absolutely delightful theatrics. Okay, I think this is all of this character that we'll need to see visibly. The rest gets to come down to coloring and weird background stuff to add that mystique back in. In fact, we might even end up coloring the line art of Yakuram specifically to help them dissolve further into the background when we get to color. I'm gonna work on this one now. So I feel like fiddling around with the background stuff a bit. And how it's going to be interacting with our foreground elements. Also, I should do a safety save. Is this layer... No, this layer was the extra sketch. I can safely delete that. Actually, I want to real quickly distort some of this. I want to pull this out, in and out more. And I want to make this turn that this does here feel a little more intentional. Yeah. Okay, let's bump up the opacity on the red just a little. So this is parts that's going to be in front of the character, and then we put the character in slightly behind it. Looking forward to seeing Kojima's OD, since he's collabing with Jordan Peele to make it. The director of Get Out and Nope. Hold on. This whole conversation, I was believing that Kojima had passed somewhat recently. Am I completely wrong there and confusing him with another beloved creator? Either way, Jordan Peele, I love that dude's work. It's fabulous. I will show up to many more Jordan Peele pieces. Left Konami, okay. Dude's live, just making other things in other places. Okay, much more pleasant. Now the real question is, who was I thinking of then? Which poor dead man was I disgracing? Dragon Ball creator. Maybe? I feel like there was someone else who had passed on in a very similar conjunction, like, as in time frame. But they are not sticking to the walls of my brain well today. Bush. Only room for clams in the otter brain. Speaking of, I did notice that there is a crab leg languishing in the corner here, so snack. Snack. Filling the brain with more seafood so that thoughts cannot move around. Packing it tightly. Saying that crap later, mine. That otter is on a strict supplement-based diet. I am a fully sapient person who can make dietary choices of my own. I took it away from a little beast who does not know nutritional balance. This is why little bro hates me. I'm not liking the shape of the bushy parts here. Let's make another shelf, I think. Like, this is what I would call a shelf, and then we put another shelf here. Maybe not. I don't know. I do not know. Or I could have it rotate in further. So like it's going this way before it pops back out. That might be the way. do think I like that. Maybe not this line here, but the other parts, yes. Although I feel like this area should be pulled this direction because her body is not directly pushing it down. So what if we bolstered this area up some more? Yeah. Okay, a little bit of cleanup. Okay, this I can transfer down and we can move on to some of the character art again. Until I'm in focus mode now, there is no more dialogue, only draw. Hand. Tempted to scale this hand up a little bit, because we're going to need some foreshortening where this hand feels bigger than the hand that's farther away. So if we do just a little bit, I think that should be good. Do I want this to be lower? Maybe just a little. Yes. Okay, I think we're also going to end up changing the shape of the back a little bit. A little too skinny here. If we start here, like that maybe. It's a good vibe. Okay, transfer to layer below. Let's do this. Okay, we will have to move where the mouth is a little, I think. I do like that though. Maybe like this? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's do these little claws. Little grabby grippers. Hold gently like meatball. Okay. This a little too long here. Can pop this out now. Here's something cute. I can have like hair overflowing between the fingers. Just a handful of it. Oh, that's delightful. Oh, I'm so easily amused by little details like this. I think that is one of the things that helps me be an animator, actually, is my ability to get investment or the ability to get invested in the charm of certain details. Specifically as a character animator. Because people aren't usually charmed by, objects and stuff until you anthropomorphize them or give them a character. And a lot of what I do relies heavily on charm, I think. Oh, I'm accidentally drawing with white here. That's why something was off. I was supposed to be working with the transparency color. A little more, real finicky in there. Just want to get it just right. I don't show her ears very often, so when I do, I want to make sure people know that they are ears. This is probably good to transfer down. Where did I end up on the layers? That's weird. Oh, it's acting like I'm in the selection tool. Okay, that makes sense. Not why it thought I was in the selection tool, but why I was changing what layer it wanted to be on for no good reason. Just let her be a little happier about her situation. Her character has that vibe of, like, if you were to punch the smile off their face, there would still be, like, another smaller smile behind it. Like, you can knock her down a peg, but only one at a time. Teeth. Hi, dummy. How you doing? I've asked that already. Has anything else happened in the last hour? Did you leave your stove on? Doing hot? Is it warm? Is it still warm in your area? I've gotten a bit of a cool down in my area, which is really good, but I know some regions are still in the sauce. I will assume the dummy cannot hear me because of ads. What Dami doesn't know is that if Dami can't hear me, I can say that she's pretty and nice and a cool person, and she won't know until she watches the VOD. I can say nice things and no one will know. It's the perfect plan. Or she has U-Block origins. Who knows? I feel like I want to change how the bangs are flowing around this one claw. If I did this. Hard to tell if that's better in any significant way. Like, it does feel a little more on model for the character, but that's kind of it. Yeah, I like it more. Alaris! Hi! Good to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I hope you are keeping cool if it's warm. I hope you are keeping warm if it's cool. What's new? How is one of my favorite emote spammers doing? So funny, because I can just take that nod as the answer if I get no other answer. Okay, this eye is a little too wide horizontally, but otherwise it's a good shape. Relearning how to exercise. So you two are like getting into shape together. That's delightful. I hope that journey goes great for both of you. I don't tend to exercise with regularity, but I do really like a good, like, burn after doing a bunch of labor. Like, if I've been outside doing, like, yard work, I will savor that pain that happens after, because that's just, like, proof that you did a whole bunch. And it's a good excuse to just, like, lie around. It makes relaxing feel extra relaxing. Like your body's extra, like, rewarding you for laying down. Yeah. How does that face feel? That face feels flat. That's how that face feels. Flat. This feels very flat. Hold on, what layer did that end up on? There's 3 layers here all of a sudden. Okay. So we can start rectifying this if we grab this area. Pull the cranium space out a little. Little squish emote. It's adorable. And also thank you. I'm working on a little bit of personal art for challenging myself. Working with some things I don't normally work with, including another person's characters, background art, and multi-panel stuff where you have to like have a sense of consistency between the shots. So it is all good practice. Ooh, well, that was just me flattening the entire document. Do not like. But yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff, and it's within a community of other artists for challenging ourselves. So it's like nice and rewarding when you get kudos from other people who are also like really good artists you admire. Like for me, that is just the best. I don't want it to feel like this claw is in danger of hurting her eye. Because that's not what this character would be doing. So they're not physically threatening her. They're grabbing a handful of her head and going, hey, you need to chill. So maybe I'll move the thumb further down is what I'll do, so that it feels like it's more so attached to the, like, cheek. Or I'll have the claw pointed outward specifically. So feel like this needs to be taller. Maybe in this area, push everything out this way a little as well. Yeah, that feels a little less flat, I think. Or we let the claw point up this way. That might be it. So it's more like they're knuckling the side of her face. Yes, 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 yes. Let's make the curve here a little less extreme, and this one a little more extreme. Because we're almost getting to that heart shape where all of the heft is being held upwards. We actually want this part to be the overlapping part, because it is wrapping around the digit before it like overtakes it and like reappears over here. I think I might want to redraw the left eye because it's a little fuzzy right now. Now that we have a better position for it, I think I can make it feel a little more synchronous. Soften that. Okay, little almondy. Sweep up. Okay, a little less close to the edge there. I think that's an improvement. There's a little bit of jank going on in the curve here, so I can work that a little better. And let's also redefine the nose just a little. Okay. Oop, that is the warp tool, that is not the erase tool. Okay. Yes. Yes, that's good. Oh, did that snack not drop? There was a snack? Well, the snacks were working earlier? Oh my. Oh my. Okay, let's see if I can manually activate those snacks. Okay, 2 of them. It's okay, we just had to manual them. We're about 15 minutes out from stream end, so like, I can try and figure out what that was. It was working earlier in the day though. How? You know, sometimes you just don't like syncing up to things. Sometimes the software just needs a little restart. I am gonna bend her back a little more. La Creatura. There. Okay. Should be good to do the fuzzy ends of the coat here next. Also, since I didn't say, Spence, I hope you're having a good day. Is the temperature more bearable in your area? Are you doing well? Things have cooled down for you? Excellent. My area is out of the danger zone. So we are doing fine over here. You guys got some good rain. Yep, water is a great disperser of heat. See every nuclear power plant ever. Chocolate caramel cookie dough. How dare you come to my chat and make me so jealous so instantly. To break this hardened chocolate layer. Use your teeth. Bite. Bite it, you coward. Chomp. I don't care if there's ice cream beneath it. Bite. Legs? Legs so hot? Hot leg? Legs so hot? You fry an egg? Can't hear each other. Ooh, smash it. That is a violent, but probably a satisfying solution. It's like a rage room, but you get to eat what you break. Which, I mean, I guess isn't against the rules of a rage room to begin with, but it's not necessarily advisable. Okay, can do transfer layer below. Okay, watch me swoosh right in. If that were the case, you'd be on the floor like Markiplier after that Halloween mask mini game in Cursive Dread. Oh, that's deranged, thank you. Okay, fluffy coat, check. No, I'm not liking how her back is. I'm gonna go against my word. I'm gonna go back on the back. I'm gonna back up the back. We're gonna back it up. I'm gonna back that thing up. Horrible. Okay, what it is here, and then there, I think, is the big culprit, is that it was feeling too wasp-wasted, but the dimensions of, like, the upper back was good. Just full feral. Don't look at me. Why are you looking at me? Look away. Good. No dignity, only calorie. My favorite foods are usually foods that you have to tear open. Pomegranates, crabs, pistachios. Ribs aren't tearing them open, but to eat off the bone, you tear them apart pretty heavily. Snap peas, sugar snap peas, I should say. It's enriching. Ooh, also, I realized I just merged with those lines. Not cleaned up. Which is fine. Crackers with or without the skin. You couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to take the outer layer of a saltine off by hand. Clams, yeah. IRL, I have not gotten to try actual clams, though. Someday, I will rectify this. But for now, clams are simply a concept to me. Much like the stock market. Okay, let's bump that in as we did. Ooh. Okay, one more arm, bit of hair. I do want to try mushing the elbow around, though. Found that movie you was talking about on a sketchy streaming site, mainly because you can't afford a trip to the theater. You know me, I'm not gonna shame stuff like that. Used to as a child, you developed a gag reflex. Wait, what food are we talking about? Clam. Yeah. For a while, I had to be very careful about chewy food because my orthodontic procedures gave me, like, lockjaw that I had to spend a long time recovering from. So anything that took a little bit too much work to chew through was like, that's gonna put me into some trouble. Okay, I think that's better for the elbow. Only ate at Weather Vane twice, once for Mom's birthday and the other for your birthday last year. Eating there always destroys you? Like in an overabundance sense? Or are you getting sick after? You get that easily? Need to open your mouth? Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. It is sometimes a nightmare. And it's literally just the muscles being, like, overly cautious because they've had stress done to them before. Okay, arm number 2. Could probably get away with showing the elbow from behind to some degree. Maybe not. Overabundance. Highly recommend the movie, though. Can't really explain it. because it's so surreal, but it was devastatingly beautiful. Last scene of the movie, she's SH scene. Gotcha. Okay. You just see my brain cells trying so hard. It is a very good TW to have, though. Sounds like it was a very poignant experience, though. Okay, hair. Whoop. Still reeling from it. Is it like one of those experiences where you kind of have to like reground yourself after it? That's how I felt about thinking of ending things. Like, it was just so out there that I was like, oh right, I'm a human person. What movie is this? Something TV Glow. I saw the TV Glow, I believe. You and your partner saw it too. It was depressing. I have not seen it, so I won't have it in mind. Let's curve this in. Thinking of ending things, had you need to recalibrate near the end, but it didn't make you cry. Just uncomfortable. Gotcha. Okay. Whew. I want to show a little peek here. I think I do. Just a little break of the form there. Can't explain the feeling it caused, but it resonated. In every good way and bad way it could have resonated with you. Oh. Well, I hope the good ways stick, and I hope the bad ways are useful pieces of growth. Okay. Actually, I think I want to squish the hair down just a little bit so that we are clearing the face of the other character completely. I want there to be not a lot of overlap. Should be better this way. can't imagine having gone to the theater and seeing it, though, having a full breakdown to that last scene. It says people might have laughed at you. Oh. Oh, not that they might have laughed at you, but they may have laughed at the scene because they did not feel and understand and comprehend it. Yeah, that's a valid fear. But yeah, just being, like, in a room with people who do not understand a plight that is pulling you apart actively. Full hysterical laugh. Sometimes laughter is a valid response to shock and confusion, but if they're laughing for other reasons, that is a giant shame. Growing up is definitely one of the things they need to do. Yeah. Like, I try to avoid blaming people for shock laughter. So that's a basic human response. But people japing on something that's meant to be serious, that's different, you know? The vibes are bad in that case. Okay. I have this saved. We did a little bit of pixel art. And I think it is about time we find someone to raid for the day. Glottal just started streaming art. Ooh, globular. Global economy. Ooh, let's go raid Glottal. Raid Glottal. Rat dance. Heck yes. Okay, that's all set up. So, most of you already know who Glottal is. They are a fantastic artist. They do live 2D rigging, illustrations, designs, and they are a based person with a fantastic heart. And what am I looking... Oh, there's a horrifying painting in the make a note section right now. Oh, that's so scary. Okay. I guess I'm sending you into a horror show as well. Y'all, be good to streamer. Be good to each other. And most importantly, be good to yourselves as well. Thanks for coming around. I'll catch you sometime later.